The launch team's now coming out of the 2.5-hour built-in hold in 1 and T-minus 3 hours and counting. We're just a little more than 5 minutes away from the crew's departure from the operations and checkout building. This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 2 hours, 56 minutes, 31 seconds, and counting. Um, all events in today's launch countdown continue to proceed without any serious problems. We're currently standing by for the crew to depart their quarters located in the operations and checkout building in Kennedy Space Center's industrial area. The STS-119 crew is now walking out of the crew quarters, making their way to the elevator. crew is now walking out of the operations and checkout building, where they'll enter the Astro van, which will carry them to the launch pad on launch pad 39A. We expect the crew to arrive at the launch pad White Room in about 25 minutes. The Astro van is a modified 1980s RV that has bench seating and air conditioning hookups that hook into the orange launch and entry suits to keep the astronauts cool.
is a felony that could cost him 5 years in prison. It could cost the people he loves even more. A message from Workers' Compensation Fund.
With utility costs on the rise, you wouldn't let this kind of waste go on in your house, would you? Well, that's what it's like using an inefficient furnace. The Infinity 96 furnace by Carrier, on the other hand, can save you up to 33% on heating costs. 33%. Trust us, that's really going to add up. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Turn to the experts in your area by calling to find the Carrier dealer nearest you.
The brackets are set, plus the Jazz in Orlando tonight.
CBS Sports presents AT&T at the half. Your world delivered.
Hello, everyone. I'm Greg Gumbel. Welcome to AT&T at the half. And after 20 quick minutes of play in Indianapolis, Ohio State leads Purdue 30-25.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 3 hours, 46 minutes, and 54 seconds and counting. I'm joined now by NASA astronaut Kay Heyer. Hello, Kay.
Hello, good afternoon.
Nice to see you. Kay, now you actually are a flown astronaut. You were on STS-90 back in from April to May in 1998, and then you're also scheduled to be on STS-130 coming up.
That's correct.
That's fantastic. Now, what we're seeing here is the transport from the operations and checkout building to Launchpad 39A. You've done this, so can you tell me a little bit about what they're thinking?
Sure, it's a very exciting time at this point. It's starting to get real, especially with a mission that has been delayed. Certainly the crew's been getting ready before, but this time they're actually making the trip to the pad. So they're together in the Astrovan on their way to the pad, and the excitement is building for sure.
Now they have their launch and entry suits on, and I explained earlier that the Astrovan has benches in it with air conditioning hookups. I'm assuming those suits get pretty hot.
That's correct. The launch and entry suit is a pressure suit. It's designed to provide a pressurized environment for the astronauts in case we lose cabin pressure and it goes down to a vacuum or a lower pressure that would not be sustaining life. So these pressure suits protect them in that case. We don't expect to have to use them, but that's why we do wear them. That means that it's is an enclosed environment, so your own body heat starts to build up inside of this suit, so it can get very warm. So we do provide cooling. There are ways to hook up cooling to the suit, and we do have those as well in the Astrovan to make sure that the crew members don't get overheated on their trip to the pad.
Okay. I see the Astrovan's made a couple of stops now. One of them obviously was to let astronaut Steve Lindsay out. Can you tell me a little bit about what he does?
Sure. He will be, he got out right as the Astrovan was making the turn because he's going to continue on to the shuttle landing facility, and he will be getting into an aircraft to fly the approaches right here at the shuttle landing facility to make sure that the weather is acceptable here in case after launch that we have to turn the space shuttle around and bring it right back here to launch it here at a return to launch site type of a scenario.
The Astrovan just left the Launch Control Center. That's about 3.4 miles from the LCC out to the launch pad. And we can see the the brown tracks to the brown tracks here, and that's for the crawler transporter, and that's actually what takes the shuttle to the launch pad from the vehicle assembly building.
Yes, and that's always quite an interesting process to watch when we take the entire shuttle stack. That's the orbiter along with the external tank and the two white solid rocket boosters, put them on top of the mobile launch platform and put the crawler transporter underneath it and bring it out to the pad. That's also another exciting milestone for us for any mission.
Does it feel like it's a long drive when you're on the Astrovan?
No, it seems like it goes by pretty quickly, actually. But again, like I said, the excitement's building, and one of the things that's really interesting, and we'll have a chance to see it coming up here, is when the astronauts get to the pad, they get to step out and take a look at this wonderful spacecraft that's going to take them up into space.
Okay, we actually did receive some questions from NASA enthusiasts, and so I had a couple for you. Bill from Peneus Park would like to know, during the launch and when the shuttle's in orbit, how noisy or quiet is it, and what kind of sounds do you hear? And more importantly, how quiet is it when you sleep on the shuttle in the station?
Those are very good questions. During the launch itself, it is actually very noisy. As we can hear, even right here on the ground, the astronauts are inside of their pressure suits, and they've got the cap on with the communications inside, which are just the headphones that they can hear, as well as the microphones for speaking. So they are pretty protected, and their visor is down, so the whole helmet is closed off, but there's still quite a bit of noise that makes it back into the orbiter. So it's very loud, but because of that, we make sure and turn the volumes up on our radio so that we can hear during the launch. As soon as we get to main engine cutoff, or MECO, main engine cutoff, it suddenly gets very quiet. But we do hear sounds. We hear fans and pumps and different things cycling on and off like that. So for the most part on orbit, it's fairly quiet. And then for sleeping, it's pretty quiet, but we do leave a radio on in case mission control needs to call us. They're able to do that.
Well, we're at T-minus 2 hours, 41 minutes, and 31 seconds and counting. Launch teams are not currently working any issues that are going to delay the launch tonight, scheduled for 7:43 p.m. here from NASA's Kennedy Space Center. And the Astrovan is en route to Launch Pad 39A, where the astronauts will go up to the 195-foot level and enter the White Room and get ready to enter Space Shuttle Discovery. The silver Astrovan has now arrived at the base of the pad. Kay, how exciting is it when you get right there and you know that you're about to go up and get into your spacecraft?
It's quite a different experience, because every other time that we've been out to the pad prior to that, the orbiter is in the process of being prepared for launch. But at this point, there's no one else out at the pad right now other than the crew and the closeout crew, who will help strap them in and close the hatch for them. And there may still be some ice observers out there. So very few people, and the big difference is the tank is full. And because of that, with the cryogenic oxygen and hydrogen that's in the tank, it actually kind of makes a few little noises, kind of creaking, and it's kind of boiling off, so it looks like smoke, but it's just vapor. And it's a very, very different experience going out to the pad with no one else out there but just that small group.
Well, now the astronauts before a mission, they actually have what's called a terminal countdown demonstration test, and that's a TCDT. It's basically a dress rehearsal for the launch. How different is that from the actual launch day?
Absolutely. The terminal countdown demonstration test is a, like you said, dress rehearsal, but one of the things that we really add into that one is to practice an emergency egress or an emergency exit if the crew is faced with a situation where the space shuttle is unsafe and they need to get off of the pad as soon as they possibly can. They actually would exit the crew module and walk across the orbiter access arm and across the 195-foot level at the pad, get into the slide wire baskets, ride the slide wire baskets down to ground level, and then go enter a protective bunker. And then if it's decided that they need to leave the bunker, they also have the capability to leave there and some armored personnel carriers to get even further away from the launch pad itself. So we practice that during the terminal countdown demonstration test, and we don't ever we don't expect to have to execute those procedures, but it's good to know that we have practiced that and the crew knows exactly what to do in case of an emergency.
Okay. Well, once the astronauts depart the Astro van, they take an elevator up to the 195-foot level and go into a white room. And can you tell me what's going to happen in the white room?
Sure. Already waiting for the astronauts' arrival at the pad is the closeout crew, and that is a 7-member team that is there to help the astronauts don the last, put on, that is, the last pieces of their flight equipment. And as we see in the picture now, this camera is at the 195-foot level on the launch pad, and we see the crew members. And even though this picture is black and white, the crew members are in their launch and entry pressure suits. The closeout crew members are in white protective coveralls. And we see them going across now the orbiter access arm. There is a set order that the crew members will enter the space shuttle.
Obviously, the commander goes first.
That's correct. The commander will go first, and waiting for him in the orbiter is astronaut Ken Ham, who is a member of the closeout crew, and will begin to help him strap into his seat and make sure he has all of his equipment that he needs.
And Ken Ham was actually the pilot on STS-124, which launched last May.
That's correct. He has very recent experience in what this feels like to be strapped into the space shuttle. So it's a wonderful experience that he can now translate into the current job that he has to help prepare this crew.
Here in Shuttle Launch Control, it's T-minus 2 hours, 35 minutes, and 40 seconds and counting. The launch team is not currently working any issues that would delay the launch tonight at 7:43 p.m. Eastern, here from NASA's Kennedy Space Center. This shuttle launch control at T minus 2 hours, 32 minutes, and 50 seconds and counting. Sitting here with NASA astronaut Kay Heyer, discussing the astronauts of STS-119 as they enter Space Shuttle Discovery.
And we can see here, this is the orbiter access arm, and as we watch a couple of the crew members walk across from the pad structure across the arm over to the orbiter, they go into what we call the white room, which connects up with the orbiter hatch. As we see here is the commander, and this is Lee Archambault, and he is getting ready to get into the orbiter Discovery. The crew members in the white coveralls are the closeout crew. They're helping him right now step into his parachute harness. The parachute is already inside the orbiter laying on his seat, and he's going to put this harness on. Once he's inside the orbiter, we actually connect up this harness to his parachute so that during the ascent, if for some reason we need to turn around and come back, and we're not going to make it all the way back to a landing site, the astronauts do have the capability to actually bail out of the orbiter and parachute down, back down to safety. So this is the harness for that parachute that he's putting on now on top of his launch and entry pressure suit.
Okay. As you can see, there's a couple of folks helping him into the harness. It takes a couple of people, each astronaut, to get them ready to get into the shuttle, and it would appear that it's kind of an odd angle. Now the parachute's already in the shuttle. Is that because of the angle that they have to get into the seats?
Yes, it's quite challenging moving around in the orbiter in this environment. Sitting at the launch pad, the orbiter inside the seats are actually rotated about 90 degrees. So they're actually fixed into a position that would be like an aircraft and that would normally land. If you think of the way the orbiter lands on the shuttle landing facility, it looks like an airplane and the seats are regular and upright. Well, then when you tilt the orbiter up to make it part of this stack for the launch, it's like rotating the seats back, so it's like laying on your back in your seat. So we do need help to help the crew members climb in and crawl up in their seats, and they'll be laying on their back, so the parachutes are already laying on those seats.
Okay. We actually have a question from Phil in Lincoln in the UK. You have a ground crew on hand to strap the astronauts in when launching. Who does this when you leave the ISS? Also the same when you get into your suits. Prior to boarding, who gets you in and out and into them? And if a crew member does it, who straps the last man in?
Those are very good questions because we do have to practice that. The closeout crew is trained to help the astronauts, and it's certainly very helpful to have these helping hands to get on in. Once we're in space, the crew has to do it themselves, and usually we assign at least 2 crew members to be the primary folks to help the entire crew suit up, that is to get back into these launch and entry pressure suits for landing, and also to go ahead and help strap each other in. Now the good news is the seats on board the orbiter are very close to each other. So as far as who straps the last crew member in, is they do as much as they can themselves, but with the next seat very close to them, and these would be folks on the mid-deck, they actually work together to help strap that last crew member in.
Looks like Commander Archambault is all in his Snoopy cap, and that's for communications, correct?
That's correct. That holds the headphones and the microphones in place throughout the vibration of the launch and inside of the helmet of the launch and entry suit.
Okay. Looks like we have Mission Specialist John Phillips up next.
And as the commander climbs into the orbiter, he'll actually go to the right and crawl up towards the flight deck. And then shortly behind him will be Mission Specialist John Phillips, and he will actually crawl straight in, and that's right into our mid-deck. He'll be strapped in on the mid-deck for the ascent. And again, we see him strapping on this parachute harness over his pressure suit.
The astronauts, when they get into the shuttle, we have 4 astronauts sitting on the flight deck and 3 on the middeck.
That's correct. With a crew of 7, we have the commander and the pilot are sitting up front. As a matter of fact, here is a picture looking into the flight deck, and there's a bright spot there just because that's the sunshine. We have a very pretty sunny day here, and there is sun coming in through the windows of the orbiter. And here we see the commander climbing up, and as we described before, the parachute is laying in his seat, and he actually has to climb up into that seat and kind of wiggle around till he gets in the right spot so that he can get strapped in for a secure launch experience for him.
And once the commander and the pilot are seated on the flight deck, they'll perform a variety of communications checks.
That's correct. We have several connections we have to actually make with each of the astronauts. As we see here, as the commander's getting settled into his seat, every now and then you'll see another pair of hands coming up in there, and that's some of our closeout crew members. Astronaut Ken Ham is one of them, and also we have other members that are suit technicians that are helping us strap the astronauts in. And the types of connections we have to make, this suit we mentioned earlier about how your own body heat can build up inside of this pressure suit and can get very warm. So we hook up cooling. We have liquid cooling that runs through little tubes inside the garments that are worn underneath the pressure suit to help keep the crew members cool. We also have oxygen that will hook up to the suit, and then of course we have our communications. That would be being able to hear the radios and also to speak on the radios, and that eventually runs up through the communications cap that they're wearing. It's the black cap.
Mission Specialist John Phillips shaking hands right before he enters Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go ahead. And DPS, can you come over to 212?
OTC DPS?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just got an LCC violation, BFS 08, which is BFS.
And just as the orbiter crew, the STS-119 space shuttle crew, has been working together and training together for the procedures that they'll execute on this mission, also this closeout crew, as we see that's assisting them, they have trained together and worked together to make sure that not only do they help the crew members get in and strapped in and ready for their launch, but they're also very well trained in any type of emergency procedures that might be required. Again, we hope that we never have to use any of our emergency procedures, but it is very reassuring to know that they are well trained to help the astronauts get out of the orbiter if there is an emergency.
Now we see pilot Tony Antonelli.
That's correct. He will be the second crew member to crawl in on the flight deck, while John Phillips is still getting strapped in down on the middeck.
And the white room's not very big. There's only so many people that can fit in there, and that's why they have to go one at a time. Is that right?
That's correct, as well as we don't want to get too crowded inside of the orbiter because, again, with it rotated up in the vertical position, what would normally be a switch on different panels with circuit breakers, switches, and different things on it becomes an area that's actually more underneath your feet. And so we don't really want to be stepping around on areas that might cause some damage. So we try to just work with one crew member at a time, but in parallel, one on the flight deck and one on the middeck. And looks like we've got a view now back up to the flight deck. And we see insertion tech John Hazelhurst strapping the commander in here, just making sure that everything is just right.
OTC DPS 212.
Go ahead.
Yes, can we get the ASP on?
ASP OTC.
Go ahead.
Okay, DPS is here. We need to get some verifications of some switch positions, and there's a concern that maybe a switch has been bumped during egress operations. Once again, these will be verified only, please. Go ahead, DPS.
Channel 06. Status of TPC notified switch.
TPC 5 is in the halt position.
That's the cause. OTC.
Go ahead, DPS.
Yeah, OTC please.
Go ahead.
Yeah, for the ASP, that's the cause of the mode switch being in a halt is our cause of loss of downlist. And we'd like to move it back to standby.
All right, and let's brief the NTD, please, and get the test team on that before we start repositioning the switches. And DPS, is that the only switch that you need to believe?
That'll cause us to drop it out.
Okay, copy that.
Okay, we have mission specialist
OTC CMPS.
Ricky Arnold.
Go ahead, MPS.
Yeah, step 16-617, our liquid level sensor checks are complete.
Putting his harness on.
Copy that.
That's correct. We've got pilot Tony Antonelli waiting his turn to come onto the flight deck, and Ricky Arnold is getting ready to enter the mid-deck.
And DPS, RTC?
DPS,
Okay, you got full test team to reposition that switch?
repeat your last, got worked on?
Yeah, full test team on the reposition of the switch.
We copy
Go
that on
ahead.
232.
This is Shuttle Launch Control, and at T-minus 2 hours, 18 minutes, and 42 seconds and counting. Launch teams are not working any issues that would interfere with a 7:34 p.m. launch tonight from NASA's Kennedy Space Center. We're currently in the White Room with the astronauts as they get ready for entry into Space Shuttle Discovery. I'm talking with NASA astronaut Kay Heyer and telling us a little bit about what they're going through and what they're thinking as they get into the shuttle before launch.
And here we see in the White Room, pilot Tony Antonelli and mission specialist Ricky Arnold as they wait their turn to climb into the orbiter. Already inside the orbiter on the flight deck is the commander, Lee Archambault, and also mission specialist John Phillips is on the mid-deck.
Good.
Yeah, can I get the ask for reposition GPC 5 node switch to standby?
Anytime you're ready.
And ask DPS.
Go ahead.
Mode 5 switch standby.
Complete. Run top back.
Copy.
And DPS, are you showing your system back in configuration at this time?
Yes, ma'am.
Copy that, thank you.
So we just heard some communications between the Launch Control Center and the Orbiter Discovery. We see here now in the white suit strapping in the commander. In the white suit with the number 2 on it is the astronaut support personnel, Ken Ham, as he's strapping in Discovery's commander, Lee Archambault.
Back in the white room, we have Mission Specialist Ricky Arnold as he gets the last of his equipment on before entering.
CDR with a com check.
I've got you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Bruce.
Good afternoon, Lori.
OTC, OVCC.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. PLC is aboard.
Copy that. GMT is now 2032.
OTC DPS.
Go, DPS.
Yeah, when we loaded back and got our DFS backed up, we did not pick up CRT-4. So at this time we need an ask to do a GPC CRT 5-4.
Yeah, would you like that from the ask right now?
It's on the left keyboard. Or do we need an NTD permission?
Yeah, let us work that for you.
Okay, Asper's going to hold off on that for now. NTD, CDR contract.
Go ahead, OVCC.
Yes, ma'am. MS3 is aboard.
MS3, copy that at 2033.
NTD, CDR contract.
CDR, this is NTD. I got you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Boo.
Good afternoon, Steve. Houston, CDR contract.
CDR Houston, I read you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Brew.
Loud and clear. Good afternoon, Zambo.
And we just heard the completion of the comm checks between the commander and the Launch Control Center, as well as mission control back in Houston. And so that's a very important check after we get the commander all strapped in to make sure that all of those communication loops work well. And so it sounds like we're all set now with the commander, and the pilot will be the next to crawl into the flight deck and get all strapped in.
In the white room, we have Mission Specialist Joe Acaba putting on his equipment.
Okay, and I can do that on CRT-1?
Yes.
And Joe's getting his parachute harness on here, and he's got some assistance. You also see them giving him some glow sticks that we put into the sleeves there of the pressure suit, and that's because if again in an emergency situation, if we lose power to the orbiter and the astronauts need to get out, we actually have a few of these little light sticks around to provide just a little bit of a glow, because if we lose all power, it gets very dark in there. And we see Joe adjusting his harness because we do want a really snug fit with that. If in fact we do have to use that parachute, we don't want those straps to be loose.
Standing by to do step 615, which is the GMT, MET, Delta adjust. Holding up IMU, Cal adjust.
Copy that. We gave you a go for that.
Copy.
One OTC COFC.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I can give you 618 through 620.
Copy.
The camera view we see now is now from the right side of the orbiter looking back towards the left. So we're seeing pilot Tony Antonelli crawl up into his seat with assistance from Ken Ham.
And once he's strapped in, he'll also do his comm checks.
That's correct.
CGSS OTC.
CGFS.
Give you a go on step 649.
Copy that.
This is also a good time for the crew to take a look around and just get oriented again to their orbiter. They probably haven't seen it in a little while, and it always looks a little bit different when it's in the vertical position at the launch pad. So take a look around and make sure they have all the equipment that they need, and get all situated and comfortable, because obviously they're going to be in these positions for quite a while. Got a few hours to go here to launch.
Now we talked a little bit about how the seats are in a 90-degree angle.
Go ahead.
650 and 651 are complete.
Copy.
But there are specific places on the shuttle that you can step and handles to help you get in there a little easier, aren't they?
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I can give you steps 584 through 590, completed implementation of SAT 92.
Copy that.
And that's correct. Although there aren't that many, because we really only, crawl in at this one particular time for the ascent. And then once we're on orbit, of course, you don't really need the handles to help pull you up. It's easy to float around inside the orbiter. I see that we're back to the white room, and we see mission specialist Koichi Wakata getting prepared to enter Discovery.
Koichi Wakata is a JAXA astronaut. He'll actually be the first Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut that'll be a resident on the International Space Station.
That's correct, and I'm sure he's quite excited to get started on that journey. And just a little while ago, we were hearing communications again, not only between the orbiter Discovery.
Go ahead, App.
Yeah, I'd like a go for the post-ingress switch reconfig for the drivers, the ohms valves, and the GPC-5.
You've got to go.
And that communication was from inside the orbiter Discovery from astronaut support personnel Ken Ham, and he is there with the commander and the pilot now as they go ahead and reconfigure some of the switches. And he was talking to personnel inside the Launch Control Center. And here again is the picture from inside the flight deck as we look across with pilot Tony Antonelli as he gets all settled in there. Occasionally you'll hear some of the communications where they mention step numbers, and that has to do with our launch countdown procedure. We have a very large procedure that covers each and every step that it takes to safely launch the space shuttle, and there's so many different folks that are involved with executing all of these procedures, and to make sure
Number 622.
we keep track that all of these steps have been completed. We have them numbered, and we have folks that that is their job, is to keep track that every step that needs to be completed has in fact been completed.
It's very detailed, and the astronauts actually go through lots of training for that. So I know that they have actually, since they've been here for the past week, gone over the books and made sure they were doing that.
That's correct, and it's not only the astronauts that have all these procedures, but there are just so many other folks here on the ground that are part of the team. They're all very critical members to making sure that we have a safe and successful flight. We have the whole Launch Control Center and also Mission Control Center back in Houston standing by, ready to take over monitoring the mission and helping the astronauts execute all of their procedures once we clear the launch pad. So here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, the Launch Control Center takes care of preparing the vehicle.
I can verify that the post-ingress switch reconfig is complete.
Copy that.
And again, reporting completion of some of the steps on board Discovery. As we see pilot Tony Antonelli's communication cables getting connected. He now has his helmet on, and we're just getting everything all tucked away into the right position.
Go ahead.
Are you going to be performing the caution and warning volume adjust this afternoon?
Yes, probably in about 2 to 3 minutes.
Okay, copy that. ISL, OTC?
This is ISL.
For step 629, they'll be picking up with the caution warning volume adjust here in a couple minutes.
ISL copies.
OTC, DBS.
Go ahead.
Give you GMT, MBT adjust complete step 638.
Copy that. And GNC, OTC?
GNC, copy.
We're at T-minus 2 hours, 5 minutes, and 27 seconds and counting. The astronauts are making their way into Space Shuttle Discovery for their launch tonight at 7.
Copy that. You've got to go.
Launch tonight at 7:34 p.m. Eastern here from NASA's Kennedy Space Center. Launch teams are not currently working any issues that would delay the launch at 7:43.
GLS, OTC?
GLS.
Okay, we'll give you a go for step 640 per the clock.
GLS copies, we'll put that in work per the clock.
Do you still have a CMTC?
If we can get a CMTC over on 162, and then I do have one step I need to read for you as well.
All right, CMTC, OTC? And GLS, you go for your next step.
Yes, ma'am. Step 641, step dual interrupt notification will be activated momentarily and may cause re-annunciation of error messages at systems consoles for interrupt monitor parameters currently out of GLS limits.
Okay, I copy that.
And here we're back in the White Room as we see some of the mission specialists lining up, waiting their turn to get into the orbiter. And the communications that we've been hearing probably sound a little confusing to folks unfamiliar with all the NASA acronyms and abbreviations, but in a time where we need to get a lot of communication out in a very short period of time, it works well for us to use these abbreviations. Some of the folks that you've been hearing talking back and forth, or the GLS is the ground launch sequencer. We have computer programs and software that helps us actually execute all of the different physical steps of closing valves and different types of procedures that have to happen very quickly right at the time of launch. And so to keep all that happening, we do have a ground launch sequencer, and we have folks that monitor that and make sure that's all executing properly.
Back on the flight deck, watching pilot Tony Antonelli.
And you can see what he's doing there is you can see some different books. They have these books that they take with them. We call it flight data file. And these are our procedures. And we have all different various procedures, again, in case of any type of emergency. We can switch to a different procedure and safely get the orbiter back to the ground. And you'll notice that pilot Tony Antonelli also has gloves and his helmet on now, so that is all part of that entire pressure suit that we can enclose the entire suit and pressurize that. It also makes it a bit challenging, though, for actually flying task, and if he needs to flip switches and stuff, we have to do it very carefully and deliberately with these gloves on.
There's an actual tube that goes into the shuttle, pumping air in.
Yes, that's correct. While we're on the ground here.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. MS-1's aboard.
MS-1 at 2046.
Back to the picture here from the White Room. To the far left of the picture is a yellow tube type of thing, and that's just a big air vent that we have that we can drag that in through the hatch to make sure we have good air flowing around inside the orbiter while we're putting the crew in there. But you will see us actually remove that before we close the hatch.
OTC, PLT, contact.
I've got you loud and clear, Tony. Good afternoon.
Loud and clear. Good afternoon, Lori. NTD, PLT, contact.
PLT, this is NTD. I've got you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Tony.
Loud and clear. Good afternoon, Steve. Houston, PLT, contact.
PLT Houston, I read you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Tony.
Loud and clear. Good afternoon, Sandra.
And OTC, OVCC.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. MS-5's aboard.
MS-5, copy that at 2048 GMT.
Those were comm checks being completed by pilot Tony Antonelli here and also in Houston.
That's correct. And now we have a view back to the White Room where we see Mission Specialist Steve Swanson, otherwise known as Swanee. He will be the last crew member to enter the orbiter. And he'll be sitting on the flight deck in the Mission Specialist 2 position. And from there, he'll be able to function as the flight engineer. We'll have a good view of the displays in front of both the commander and the pilot.
And the responsibilities of a flight engineer include what, Kay?
Primarily, he'll be backing up the commander and the pilot, helping them monitor all the displays, the performance of the entire space shuttle as it climbs to orbit. And this is a little different view as we see that astronaut support personnel Ken Ham has repositioned the small camera that we have in the flight deck. It is now actually, if you will, up on the dashboard, looking back. So that would actually be looking down towards the ground or towards the base of the pad in this particular orientation. Towards the top of your view, what you're seeing is the left shoulder of pilot Tony Antonelli, and looking back down towards where Steve Swanson will be strapped in. A little bit out of view right now is Joe Acaba being strapped in. And looks like we just got the mid-deck strapping camera view. And it's a little dark, as we mentioned. It's kind of dark in there, but we've got enough light to see what we need to on board. But we have the mission specialists that are flying on the mid-deck are strapped in.
You can see the glow sticks that they put in out in the white room. Is slightly dark in there.
It's surprising how much light they actually put out. It's not a large amount, but just enough to help with visibility. Again, with this vertical orientation, the left side of this image is actually the ceiling of the middeck.
Since we're watching the crew get strapped in to Space Shuttle Discovery, I'll ask another question from Aaron from Chino Hills. With all the information about the crew's daily schedules and going on available on nasa.gov, especially the ISS commentary coverage and the continuous coverage during a shuttle mission, have crews ever felt uncomfortable about the number of people following their daily lives?
Well, you know, it's kind of funny. I don't think that the crews really know how many people are following their daily lives. We get so focused on the mission at hand, and a lot of times they aren't so necessarily even aware of the cameras that are there. Certainly they don't really, I don't think, have time to check all the different websites to even see how many details are being put out there. But I think that's a surprising thing they usually learn after their flight, when people will tell them, hey, we followed every detail of your flight, even what food you were eating or that things like that. It's a little bit surprising after the fact. So luckily I don't think it's anything that adds stress to them at this point. That's John.
Okay, you actually on STS-119 were strapped into your chair there in your shuttle. And so what goes through your mind as you're waiting and for everyone to get strapped in and for the launch to take place?
Well, the crew members are going to be strapped in and in that position for quite a while, so you just get to a point where you try to just relax. Even as the crew members are being strapped in, we ask them to basically go a little bit limp and to allow the closeout crew to kind of position them properly in the seat and really get their straps tight, because there's so much vibration during the ascent that we want to make sure they're very securely attached to their seats. So just kind of relax and try to just take it easy for a while. There'll be plenty of time to get keyed back up a little bit later on. So definitely just in a mode of taking it easy and maybe just kind of reviewing in your head what your next steps will be as it approaches the launch itself.
And there should be a QC heading to your net.
Copy.
Well, you mentioned that the shuttle shakes quite badly when you take off, And that can take us to another question. Hans Christian from the Philippines would like to know, since the entire launch vehicle is shaking during liftoff, how hard is it to read the instruments during that time, especially since the orbiter has a glass cockpit?
Oh, that's a very good question. And during what we call first stage, and that's from liftoff until the time that we have used up the solid rocket boosters, we go ahead and jettison the solid rocket boosters, there's just an extreme amount of vibration. And it's a little difficult to scan all the different numbers and the items that we're looking at on all of our displays. So what we find is that we develop a pattern, if you will, of what numbers and what icons and different displays we want to look at what time, and maybe a pattern of scanning through those. And it comes down to just that slows the process down. We can still see the numbers, but you may have to, instead of just quickly scanning right by it, you may have to stop and focus on it just for a second because it is moving around quite a bit. But luckily, with the glass cockpit, we do have very good visibility on our displays. And that actually leads to another interesting thing about STS-119. We are doing a detailed science objective on this mission to take a look at the vibration, and this is something to help us understand more all the way into the constellation program.
OTC, SCP.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just let you know we're going to pick up with 16676 per the clock.
Copy.
Here in Shuttle Launch Control, it's T-minus 1 hour, 49 minutes, and 13 seconds and counting. Here with NASA astronaut Kay Hire as she walks us through the STS-119 cruise entry into Space Shuttle Discovery. Launch teams here at the Launch Control Center are not working any issues that would delay launch tonight from Kennedy Space Center at 7:43 p.m. Eastern Time. We've got a view here of the flight deck. And on the top of the screen, we have pilot Tony Antonelli with John Hazelhurst in the back, helping get folks get into their seats.
That's correct. And now we're switching views again to the White Room. And as you can see, it's a little complicated getting everybody perfectly strapped into their seat and getting all their equipment, so it takes a little while. And so we see that Mission Specialist Steve Swanson is waiting his turn out in the White Room. With him here in the White Room, wearing the number 1, is the OVCC, which is Orbiter Vehicle Closeout Crew Chief, and that is Chris Minert for STS-119. And on the left of the screen is wearing the number 5 is Mike Wallace, another member of the closeout crew. And a little later on today, I think you're going to have a member of the closeout crew, not this crew, but as a member of previous Space Shuttle closeout crews, will be able to join you here to provide some additional commentary as they're closing the hatch.
That's correct. We'll have former closeout member Tim Seymour sit down and talk to us a little bit later as they close out the closeout room and take down the walls.
And there's actually quite a bit of equipment he can talk to you about that the closeout crew brings with them. And again,
I've got you loud and clear at MS4. How many?
Get you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Lori.
Good afternoon, John.
OTC, CGNC.
Go ahead.
Yes, step 675, gyro compass line in progress. MTD MS4, com check.
MS4, this is NTD. I've got you loud and clear. Good afternoon, John.
Good afternoon, Steve. Have you loud and clear. Houston, MS4, com check.
MS4, Houston, I read you loud and clear. Good afternoon, John.
Good afternoon, Zambo. Loud and clear.
Just heard mission specialist John Phillips doing comm checks between here and Houston at T-minus 1 hour, 45 minutes, and 22 seconds and counting. We are on schedule and not working any issues that would delay tonight's launch at 7:43 p.m. Eastern Time here from NASA's Kennedy Space Center.
and the view that we're looking at right now is in the flight deck of the Space Shuttle Discovery, and it's looking from the dashboard area back towards the Mission Specialist number 2 seat. So you see that seat is ready.
MS3, com check.
And MS3, this is NTD. I've got you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Ricky.
Loud and clear. Good afternoon, Steve.
OTC, OVCC.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. MS2 is aboard.
Copy. MS2 at 2103 GMT.
Houston, MS3, com check.
MS3, Houston, I read you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Ricky.
Loud and clear. Good afternoon, Zambo.
And MS3, Ricky Arnold has completed his comm checks, and we see the view from the flight deck that Mission Specialist Steve Swanson has climbed into his seat, and now they'll begin strapping him in.
MS5, I've got you loud and clear. How many?
I do. I've got you loud and clear, Lori. Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Koichi.
NTD, MS5, com check.
MS5, this is NTD. I've got you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Koichi.
I got you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Major. Houston,
Houston, MS5, com check.
MS5, Houston, I read you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Cato.
I have it loud and clear. Good afternoon, Jambo.
At OTC, OVCC.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Can I get a channel for my NASA Q and CMQC for TIR log?
142.
Copy that.
Mission Specialist Koichi Wakata has completed his comm checks, his communications checks, and the picture that we're looking at right now is Mission Specialist Steve Swanson getting strapped in.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 1 hour, 40 minutes, and 1 second, and counting. The launch teams are not working any issues that would delay the takeoff tonight at 7:43 p.m. Eastern Time. And weather still looking favorable for this evening launch. I'm here with NASA astronaut Kay Hire, discussing the astronauts for STS-119 as they enter the Space Shuttle Discovery.
And the view we're looking at right now is again from the flight deck, and we're watching Mission Specialist Steve Swanson, who is Mission Specialist number 2. He's getting his helmet installed there.
Okay, while they're out on in space, and up on the International Space Station, obviously they're away from their families for a long time. Joanne from Bartow would like to know if the astronauts can actually call and talk with their families while on the flight, and can they communicate with them from the space station, or can people here talk back to them as well?
Actually, it's a very nice portion of your mission when you do get a chance to contact your family. We have the capability to send limited email and to receive very limited email. It's not just a regular email address. It actually comes through Mission Control in Houston because we do manage all of the communications up and down through the NASA network. But we do in fact have the capability from the International Space Station to make phone calls. And that's through a voice over IP type of a internet type phone. But again, it's not exactly like what we have here on the ground. It does go through the NASA networks, but it certainly is a nice feeling to be able to contact your family. And we actually schedule time for that every so many days just to make sure that the crew members can keep in touch with their family. But the email can go back and forth whenever they have the free time to do that.
OTC, MS1, com check.
MS1, OTC, I've got you loud and clear. How me?
Good afternoon, Lori. I have you loud and clear.
Good afternoon, Joe.
We seem to be having just a few minor technical difficulties with the camera inside Space Shuttle Discovery, but the astronauts are still being strapped in and performing their comm checks before launch tonight.
NTD, MS1, com check.
And MS1, this is NTD. I've got you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Joe.
Good afternoon, Steve. I have you loud and clear also. Houston, MS1, com check.
MS1 Houston, I read you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Joe.
Good afternoon, Zambo. I have you loud and clear also.
And we just heard Mission Specialist Joe Acaba finish his comm checks between here and Houston. I can't see him too well, but if you look at the top of your screen, behind pilot Tony Antonelli, that's where Joe Acaba is sitting.
And we're wrapping up, getting close to getting everybody on the flight deck all strapped in here. In the white coveralls with the USA for United Space Alliance, on the back of the coveralls is insertion technician John Hazelhurst, who is helping mission specialist number 2, Steve Swanson, get all of his procedures, the flight data file books, all strapped in, and make sure all of his equipment is exactly where he needs it and where he can reach it throughout the ascent. Once Steve Swanson gets his communications checks complete, we'll actually be powering this camera off and pulling this camera out. This is a camera we only use to show us the actual strap in. We do not fly with this camera in place.
You can see astronaut support person Ken Ham strapping Steve Swanson, mission specialist, down as tight as possibly he can, that's still comfortable. And obviously that's okay because they go very fast. As a matter of fact, Rob from Charleston would like to know, how fast are you going when you take off, and what does it feel like when you're going that fast?
MS2, OTC, I've got you loud and clear. How me?
Lori, I have you loud and clear. Thanks.
I've got you the same. Thanks, Steve.
NTT, MS2, com check.
MS2, this is NTD. I have you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Swanee.
Steve, I have you loud and clear also. Houston, MS2, com check.
MS2, Houston. I read you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Swanee.
Oh, I have you loud and clear also. Good afternoon.
And now comm checks are complete for Mission Specialist 2, Steve Swanson. And we had that question from Rob about how fast are we going when we take off and what does it feel like. Well, that is the reason that we need to strap in very, very tightly, because when the solid rocket boosters light off, of course, the main engines light off first. And then the solid rocket boosters are lit right at the time of launch. That adds a lot of thrust, a lot of power to get us off the pad, but it also adds a lot of vibration. And because of that vibration, not only the astronauts, but everything that we store and that we stow inside the space shuttle is very, very much strapped down or fastened down in such a way that they can take that vibration without damage, and for the crew members to take that vibration without being injured.
All right, 16677, our fuel cell purges are complete.
Copy.
As far as how fast we're going, well, we start off at sitting still there on the launch pad, and we really lift off pretty quickly. You can watch it in the cameras here a little bit later on this evening. And at the time of main engine cutoff, we're going 25 times the speed of sound. And we've now shifted back to an external view of the space shuttle on the launch pad, and that's because we are now complete with the internal views from the strap-in camera. That camera will be removed from the orbiter so that the orbiter hatch can be closed.
Yeah, the crew is ready for the astrocom and air-to-ground checks on your direction.
Okay, copy that. And one other question for you. Is the caution and warning volume adjust complete?
Yes, ma'am, and I can confirm we're back to 120 on the perimeter.
Copy that. ISL, you copy?
We copy.
And ASPR, are we also ready for a crew module closeout at this time?
Not quite yet. I'll get back to you with that.
Okay, copy that. And for CDR, OTC?
Go ahead, OTC.
We'll be picking up with the LCC Astrocom checks here momentarily. And all stations on 2 and 2. Copy. And all stations on 2 and 2. Any conversation on OIS channel 2 and 2 during the Astrocom checks will be heard by the crew. Channels should remain silent except for emergency calls. And for the flight crew, during the Astrocom checks, adjust the appropriate volume control for comfort. Do not change the audio panel switch configuration.
Discovery copies.
Copy that. And this is OTC with a comm check for the crew on air to ground 1. How do you read?
CDR, loud and clear. TLT. MS1. MS2. MS3. MS4. MS5.
I copy all. Switching to air to ground 2. And for the flight crew, this is OTC with a comm check on air to ground 2. How do you read?
CDR, loud and clear. TLT. MS1. MS2. MS3. MS4. MS5.
Copy, all switching to ICOM A.
And we've heard the entire crew do their comm checks, so they're now proceeding down their checklist on board, while astronaut support personnel Ken Ham is now pulling out different platforms. As we talked about earlier, that there are panels that we don't want to step on. We do in fact put some temporary platforms in there to allow us to move around a little bit, but those need to come out before we go fly the space shuttle.
The closeout crew will begin closing out the white room here very shortly. I wanted to say thank you to NASA astronaut Kay Heyer. Kay, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. And have a wonderful and safe journey when you are on STS-130.
Well, thank you very much.
And if you can stand by for the air-to-air, air-to-ground voice checks with the MCC, please. CMTC steps 685 through 698 complete.
Discovery Houston, CDR and PLT configure for air-to-ground 1 comm check.
In work.
Discovery Houston for the CDR and PLT comm check on air-to-ground 1.
CDR, loud and clear. PLT, loud and clear.
We read you loud and clear also. Configure for air-to-ground 2.
In work.
Discovery Houston for the CDR and PLT comm check on air-to-ground 2.
CDR, loud and clear. PLT, loud and clear.
We read you loud and clear also. Configure for air-to-air.
In work.
And all personnel on 212, verify your systems are ready for crew module closeout. Speak up now if you need to check anything last minute.
Discovery, Houston, for the entire crew, comm check.
CDR, loud and clear. ALT. MS1. MS2. MS3. MS4. MS5.
Discovery, Houston, we read you all loud and clear. This completes their air-to-ground voice checks.
Discovery copies.
OTC CGLS 212.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I can give you step 773. GLS initialization is complete.
Copy, 773.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 1 hour, 20 minutes, 31 seconds and counting. Launch teams are not working any issues that would delay launch tonight at 7:43 p.m. Eastern Time. The launch director, Mike Leinbach, has received a weather briefing from Shuttle Weather Officer Kathy Winters, who has upgraded our forecast tonight for a 100% chance of good weather for launch. There are no constraints to launch tonight. It's a 100% chance of good weather. The closeout crew is completing the steps to close out the white room, and here in just a moment I'll sit down with former closeout team member Tim Seymour, and we'll talk a little bit about what the closeout crew does and the purpose.
Get the present position of the leeward vent doors 1 and 2.
They're in purge. We will need to open them for hatch closures.
Copy that, and are you ready to put that into work at this time?
We can do that anytime you're ready.
GLS OTC?
GLS.
Okay, step 757. They're going to be operating the orbiter vent doors momentarily.
GLS copies.
And PVD will give you a go on step 758.
Copy that.
OTC SCP.
Go ahead.
16, step 284. Are you showing that open?
Is that complete?
Yes, it is. We can verify that.
Copy.
OTC, PVD. Go ahead. Yeah, I can give you step 760, leeward vent door opening is complete.
All right, OVCC, OTC.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Leeward vent door opening is complete. Step 760.
Thank you.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 1 hour, 16 minutes, 45 seconds and counting. I'm here with former closeout crew member, Tim Seymour. Hi, Tim.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Doing well. Thank you for joining us. Tim was the lead mechanic in the closeout crew for STS-126, that mission in November of last year. Tim, could you tell us a little bit about what the closeout crew does?
Sure. Right now at this time they're getting ready to close out. They're pulling all the last minute stuff out of the crew module. We have a TIR log that we maintain, which is a temporary installation document that makes sure we have everything out of the crew module because we don't want to leave anything in there that's not supposed to be there.
Right.
It looks like right now our NASA quality is, which he is the number 6, Dennis Sparks, which Dennis is a number 6 and Mike Wallace is a number 5, which he'll be assisting the number 4 when it gets time to close the hatch. The OVCC is going through the paperwork right now, making sure we're all up to snuff where we're at and brought up to the step. Mike's on the diving board, what we call the diving board. It's the ingress board to go into the crew module at this time. That way it makes it a little easier to get the crew members in and out and the equipment in and out of the crew module. Some of the stuff's heavy, but not, at this point there's not a whole lot to take out. Looks like you just pulled a cover off of one of the windows out at this time. That's what Mike just did. I'm guessing Renee is in the crew module. I didn't see him go in, but I think he's in there. Renee Arians would be the number 4, and he's in there pulling stuff out as requested by the astronaut support personnel inside the crew module this time.
Now there are 7 members of the closeout crew.
That's correct. We have a number 1 is a United Space Alliance, the OVCC. The number 2 is the astronaut support personnel. The number 3 is a JSC suit tech from Houston. That is John Hazelhurst. The number 4 is the lead mechanic for United Space Alliance. Tonight it's Renee Arians. The number 5 is his backup. He's also a mechanical technician with United Space Alliance. And Dennis Sparks is a NASA quality. Dennis oversees and buys the paper with us as we complete our step-by-step task. And George Brittingham is also a number 7, is from Houston, and he is the insertion tech, which he straps them in, hooks their comm cords up, does all the last-minute touches for the crew members.
And just a moment ago, we saw number 5, Mike Wallace, put the ELSA bottles up. Can you explain what the ELSA bottles are for?
Yes, I can. We leave there's a ELSA bottle for every member in the ship as the insertion techs are going in and coming out, and our mechanics are going in and out. We make sure there's an ELSA bottle. There's usually 3 on the mid deck, and Mike's just pulling another cover out now, and the ELSA bottles are in case we'd have to leave the crew module for unexpected GN2 overpress or something like that. It's a supplied air bag that would enable you to get out of the crew module safely, and it lasts about 10 minutes. The yellow bottle there that you see that Mike's, he just showed Dennis, they all have a number on them, and we've got to verify that those numbers, that's how we track them, as which one comes out and what's left in. Dennis is marking that off now on what I said, the TIR log. Looks like Renee's out now. He's starting to configure for pulling probably the O2 probes out of the crew module. Mike's pulling some of the covers out that we stand on to keep from damaging in the crew module. That looked like it was a mid-deck cover. And Renee's he's pulling out, yeah, he's taking the ties off right now, and he'll start configuring to where we can close the crew module for closing the hatch. I'm not sure, probably another 8-10 minutes before we'll get into that, I would imagine.
How does the crew, the closeout crew, ensure that all of the equipment that they brought in or anything that's supposed to come out actually comes out?
Everything that goes in is logged in a book that Dennis has got right there, and that's the TIR log, and he's counting and making sure right now that all the ELSA bottles are in rack. There's a rack there on the left, and you can see Dennis is pulling them out and verifying the numbers, and they're all numbered, random numbers. There's no set number, but all the platforms, all the window covers, everything that is temporarily installed in the orbiter has a number assigned to it. And tonight we'll make sure that all of that is out by a checklist, and that's what the NASA quality is doing right now. He's going over that checklist, making sure that everything's coming out. Renee just pulled the cover off of the bailout pole. I'm pretty sure that's what that cover was that he pulled out, because it had a red streamer on it that says remove before flight. That way we don't forget them. It's pretty easy. But when we got a big red streamer on it, it makes it easy for us to make sure we don't miss anything. There's usually somewhere in the vicinity of 20 to 30 items at this point going into launch countdown that are left in the crew module at any given time. Now there's sometimes 50, 60 pieces in there, but last night they started pulling things out that wouldn't be needed for today. So only thing that's in there now is what is essential to get the crew in and get the crew out if we'd have to at this time.
Crew compartment, and we just about have everything accounted for.
Copy that. And OVCC OTC?
Go ahead.
Step 683.
Copy that. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, our OVCC that was just talking to the OTC, the orbiter test conductor. The OVCC is orbiter crew chief.
We have all non-flight items out of the crew compartment, and I am ready to terminate the comm.
Copy that. CNTC, step 684. And for ASP and OVCC, we'll give you step number 721, ready for egress of the crew module at this time. Verify you're ready for hatch closure.
ASP is ready for hatch closure.
Copy. And OVCC, are you also ready? OVCC, OTC?
Go ahead.
Can you verify you are also ready for hatch closure?
That's affirm.
Copy that.
In the transmissions we just heard, it was astronaut support person Ken Ham, and also closeout crew number 1, Chris Minert. Both are ready for hatch closure. We should see the astronaut support person come out of Discovery very soon.
On step 761 to close and latch the hatch for flight.
Copy that, ma'am. We're almost there. We have some O2 probes to pull and headset to get out.
Copy that.
that was the astronaut support personnel's headset coming out. Okay, the OVCC, the number one, is on the diving board at this time. He's talking with the ASP to make sure that all items are removed. The ASP is off of comm at this time, and he's doing his final checks with the crew, and he should be coming out momentarily, and we'll go into hatch cycle and closing. The OVCC is in charge in the white room. He is directing the number 4 and number 5 at this time. What he's doing, they've already got their tools ready. They're on the floor next to the hatch, and we'll pull one more comm cable and 2 O2 probes out, and they'll be ready for hatch closure.
Go ahead.
Step 772, IMU gyro compass alignment is complete.
Copy.
Tim, there's a specific sequence of events that the closeout crew has to go through to close out the white room. So what kind of training do they get?
We train twice a year. We do a training in Houston and a training on the pad, and naturally every time we close and open the hatch is basically a training cycle for us, in which we do quite often. And the closeout crew guys mainly do all the hatch closures and openings at the pad and in the VAB before we roll to the pad. There's a sequence of events that we go through in the VAB, a pre-op, to make sure once the vehicle's set horizontal for months, and then once we take it over in the VAB and we turn it to vertical, the dynamics of the vehicle change. The weight changes, the hatch is on a set of hinges, and those hinges have been resting in the horizontal for months, and then when you take and go vertical, the load of the hatch changes on the weight on the hinges change, and so that's why we do a pre-op in the VAB to make sure that the hatch, all 15 dogs are going to latch, and we call them dogs. They're just an over-center latch that when they'll close the hatch, that's what pulls the hatch against the seals. It's got an inner and outer seal that seals it. And we do a running torque to make sure it doesn't over torque to make sure that the latches are good and tight and everything's holding. And we have 2 switches that tell us, limit switches that tell us exactly where and when they're locked. We do a resistance check on that to make sure that they're latched, fully latched. The ASP is in the white room now, I see. He's come out, and so Renee's stowing Mike's stowing the O2 probes, which those probes make sure we have good oxygen on the mid-deck and the flight deck. One probe goes into the flight deck, one goes into the mid-deck. And we have a meter on the wall that shows 20.9 or 21, somewhere around there is what we're looking for in the O2 content in the crew module. And they just pulled those out, so now we're on, of course, the crew's all on ship O2 at this time, and the closeout crew guys have taken everything out of the crew module. All the ELSAs are out now, and they're getting ready to perform hatch closure. They're going to pull the diving board back right now, it looks like. Mike and Renee are pulling the hose out, and that'll be the last thing, and there goes the diving board right there that Renee has. That'll be that's how we ingress the hatch, or ingress the crew module and leave the crew module. So the supplied air, the air conditioning hose basically is what that is. It's supplying air to the crew module. They're pulling it out at this time, and that's pretty much the last thing that comes out before we'll close the hatch. They'll pull the cover off, and they'll start the hatch closing procedure. that hose gets stowed. It's supplied from down in the PTCR. We have an air conditioning system down there that supplies AC to the crew module and payload bay and aft compartment. But at this time, all of that's discontinued. It's running through the to the hatch. The guys are getting ready. That air hose. Renee's making a final check on the.
We'd like it okay to close and lock the hatch.
You gotta go.
Copy that, and we're.
The OVCC just got word to go ahead and lock and close the hatch at this time from the orbiter test conductor, and that's what they're doing at this time. The number 4 and number 5 are making sure the seals look good and everything's prepared for hatch closure. NASA Quality and the OVCC coming into the picture now, he's telling them that they've got to go, and that's what they're going to start doing, is closing the hatch.
Well, Tim, once the hatch is closed and all the equipment is removed from the white room, then they'll actually break down the white room. And that actually means take down the walls, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Where you see them at now, that door will retract back against the wall, and it leaves a wide open space in between the...
OTC, OVCC.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to go to 142 with AFM.
Copy.
So what'll happen is they'll retract that door. In a few minutes, you'll be able to see it a little better. But that allows the white room to be broken down, what we call breaking down the white room. The other door closes back, the north door closes back to the left side of where the crewmen are standing right now. The facing door will close back to the right side of the white room. Renee's getting ready to pull the cover off the hatch, and that's in case we'd have to have an emergency extend of the arm that will know that those doors, they'll be pinned back out of the way, and that way if we'd have to have an emergency extend, there would be nothing in the way.
You see number 6, Dennis Sparks, with a flashlight. Tim, can you tell me what he's doing?
Absolutely. Dennis is inspecting the sealing surface now for make sure there's no dirt, lint, dust, debris on the seals, because we do a leak check, and if there's any debris whatsoever, it could cause a leak path, and we would fail our leak check. And what we do is we pressurize between those two seals and to make sure that we have a good sealing surface. So it'll be wiped down with an alcohol and water-based rag. And Dennis will look at it again if he sees anything. I'm pretty sure the guys have already done that, and he's just making his final inspection right now all the way around. He'll look at the hatch and the vehicle. There's seals on both. He's looking at the vehicle seal now, as you see, and he's got a rag. He's touching up little things as he sees. And those seals, there's 2 rubber, kind of like a round O-ring or a seal. It's an O-ring seal. They're rather large, and they go up against the ceiling, the flat metal surface, which holds the pressure in between the hatch and the crew module.
Well, it looks like they're cleaning off part of the seal now.
That's one of the things that it's pretty critical at this point, because we don't want to fail the leak check. If we were to have debris in there, it would cause a leak path, and then we wouldn't pass our leak check. So we'd have to go crack the seal open, the hatch open again, re-clean it. So that's why it's looked at 2 and 3 times. Our guys look at it, NASA looks at it, and what they're doing now, they've got an okay, and Mike Wallace is picking up the back of the hatch, unlocking the dog, and now Renee's got the weight of the hatch. He's closing the hatch on the hinge. Mike's picking it up, It's a really tight fit there, and there's thermal protection around it, so we don't want to ding or nick the thermal protection, so they're extra careful at this point shutting the hatch. And you'll see there's little brown papers, it looks like, around the hatch. That's an armalon, and what that does is that protects the tile as we close the hatch. And once we get the hatch closed and latched, we'll pull the armalon out. It's real slick material, but it protects the tile in case we were to nick it. Okay, they've got the hatch now shut, and as you see, Mike's closing with the T-tool, what we call the T-tool, which is the locking tool that closes and locks the hatch. Mike's got it there in his hand, and that's the mechanical tool that is used to lock the hatch closed. Kind of like the key on your door at the house. It just locks the hatch. Okay, Mike's going through right now and going to do a resistance check to make sure that our latches have picked up, and he's doing an inspection right now. Dennis has got a mirror, and they're going through the pressurization hole where we'll pressurize here in a few minutes the crew module. Dennis is looking in with a mirror that's got a little light on it, and what he's looking for on the back side of the hatch on the locking lever, there's a little red line, and if that red line is visible, that gives him a verification that the hatch is locked and latched at this time, and that's what Dennis is looking for, the NASA. Apparently he got it. Mike's putting the mirror back in the tool bag. Now Renee has the meter, and they're going to hook up and do a resistance check, which will verify that the latches have over-centered, basically closed. It's what they're doing. They're making contact, so they'll get a good. They've got a meter, an ohms meter, and they're hooking up right now, and they're verifying that our limit switches have made contact. That'll be the final mechanical check that we'll do. The next thing we'll do will be a pressurization of the crew module to take it to flight pressure.
And on the last mission, you were the lead mechanic, so this was your responsibility. Is that correct?
Yes, it was. The last mission in November, I was the number 4, and I think Renee was my number 5, and Travis Thompson was the OBCC back then. We've got several OBCCs, and we rotate through, just like the number 4s and the number 5s. We rotate mission to mission. And
our number 2, astronaut support person.
Yes.
He was the pilot on Endeavour for that flight.
Yes, he was. This is his. It's been a long time since Ken had been here for doing an ASP job. But he wanted to do it, so he's back in the ASP role. He got a lot of responsibility. They do the final switch list and everything for the crew before they come out, and he makes sure everything's just right in the crew module for the crew to get on board. That's a big responsibility for all of the closeout crew members as they make sure our astronauts are safe and ready for launch. Yeah, we have an extensive training program that we go through, and all of our guys are very well trained, and probably right now in the White Room there's well over 100 years of experience. I know the OVCC and I hired in around the same time. We both have almost 30 years. Mike is the junior, the number 5, but Mike was in the Air Force. He's retired and got a lot of experience in aircraft. Dennis Sparks, the NASA, he's also retired. John Hazelhurst, they're the number 3. John is also retired. He worked SR-71s and U-2s. That's where he got his LES experience, which is the launch and entry suit that the astronauts wear It's a lot like the same suits that they wore in the SR-71s and the U-2 planes. But they're
It's T minus 50 minutes, 55 seconds and counting. The crews are finished with hatch closure and go through hatch pressurization. We will have an interview coming up with Lieutenant Colonel Pat Barrett from the 45th Weather Squadron, and then come back with Tim Seymour as they continue to close out the White Room. Tim, thank you for now, and we'll see you back here in just a few minutes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
OTC DPS.
Go ahead.
864 through 880 complete. DPS launch countdown sequence activation complete.
Copy.
OTC, OVCC.
Go.
Yes, ma'am. 16766. I can give you hatch closed and latch for flight. We're driving on with pressurization on 153.
Copy that. ECL, OTC.
CCL.
Okay, step 766.
Copy that.
And CDR and ECL.
CCL.
Go ahead for CDR.
Okay, we got 767. Stand by to perform cabin leak checks. Master alarm and light will come on as a function of high cabin pressure. Cabin klaxon, master alarm will also sound due to high cabin decay rates. And you can reset those. And CDR, can you perform the cabin leak check per your checklist, please?
CDR copies. Cabin leak check in work.
And OVCC, OTC?
Go ahead, ma'am.
ECL will be on channel 143.
Oh, copy that. All right.
Okay, we got 767. Stand by to perform cabin leak checks. Master alarm and light will come on as a function of high cabin pressure. Cabin klaxon, master alarm will also sound due to high cabin decay rates. And you can reset those. And CDR, can you perform the cabin leak check per your checklist, please?
CDR copies. Cabin leak check in work.
And OVCC OTC?
Go ahead, ma'am.
ECL will be on channel 143.
Oh, copy that. All right.
And ECL OTC?
ECL.
You got step 769?
That's firm.
Copy that. We'll give you 770.
And work.
OTC, CDR on the cabin front ISO is open with an open talk back.
Copy.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 46 minutes, 54 seconds and counting. Launch teams are not working any issues that would delay the launch tonight at 7:43 p.m. Eastern Time here from NASA's Kennedy Space Center. I'm here with Lieutenant Colonel Patrick Barrett from the 45th Weather Squadron. Pat, I was hoping you could give us a little bit of information a little bit earlier. Kathy Winters, the shuttle weather officer, has changed the weather forecast from 80% chance of favorable weather to 100%. Can you give us some information?
Sure. One of the things that we're looking at as we go through the count is we look at satellite pictures, we look at radar images, we also look at balloon profiles. There are balloons that go up, and throughout that, the conditions have steadily improved where we're confident that we will have favorable conditions for launch. So that's why she went down to 0% chance of having unfavorable conditions.
Well, what kind of criteria do we have? I mean, earlier it was low clouds. Is that what was making us at a 80% chance?
Yes, the main focus that we had today was for the low clouds. A couple of things that affects. It affects, of course, the ability for the range safety personnel to optically track the shuttle on launch, and also it affects the possibility in case they need it for the return to launch. That RTLS constraint is 5,000 feet. The clouds themselves were below that level, so we had to maintain and keep watching to make sure that we did not have a ceiling, which we didn't have a lot of coverage of the clouds for both the SLF and for the launch pad. So as we were going through, we did expect some clearing for today. We expected to see some development through the early afternoon, which we did see. And with the flow that we've had out of the southwest, as we've gotten cooler and we're starting the temperature start to decrease throughout this evening, we did expect the clouds to dissipate, and that's the conditions we've seen. And it's, I think, when Kathy and the launch weather team, along with the Spaceflight Meteorology Group, as they were investigating primarily the visible satellite imagery, and also with information from the SCA aircraft as they were flying, they saw the clouds breaking up and effectively.
856 through 858, CLS mainline activation is complete.
Copy that.
And so they were effectively had seen that the clouds were breaking up early, and that's why they feel confident to basically give us a 100% chance of having favorable weather conditions.
So it's safe to say it's a beautiful day in Florida for a launch.
Yes, it is.
Well, Colonel Barrett, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it, and thank you for the wonderful weather report.
Oh, you're welcome.
OTC, CL.
Go ahead.
I need CDR for a 1 panel reading.
Go right here.
CDR, ECL.
Go ahead.
Panel 01A1. Need a cabin press reading.
Panel reads 15.
Could you repeat that, please?
Panel reads 15, that's 15.
Copy that, 15.15.
Negative, that's 15.0.
Copy, 15.0. OTCCO.
Go ahead.
We're going to initiate pressurization at this time.
Yeah, walked on, you feel?
We're going to initiate pressurization at this time.
Copy.
Copy.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 33 minutes, 38 seconds and counting. The launch team is not working any issues that would delay launch tonight at 7:43 p.m. Eastern Time here from NASA's Kennedy Space Center. Weather still looks good with a 100% forecast for a favorable launch. I'm here with Tim Seymour, a former closeout crew member. Tim, thank you for joining us again after our weather interview. I just wanted to see how things are going in the closeout crew's duties and in the weight room.
Well, thank you for having me. Thank you for having me. It looks like everything's going good. They've got the pressurization hose hooked to the crew module. Our number 4, Renee Arians, is watching the control panel that's pressurizing the crew module at this time. And basically what it's doing, it's kind of like when you ride in a commercial airplane and they pressurize it to keep your ears from popping. So That's basically what Renee's doing right now, and we take it up to 15.2 pounds. Our NASA quality's looking over to make sure he doesn't over-pressurize it, and there's a gauge on the panel, and it's also being read back through our firing room here to Renee what the inside pressure is in the vehicle at this time. The hose is hooked up to the hatch. The Renee's got the probe hooked up right now, and they're going to disconnect that once they get up to flight pressure. The number 5's coming back now. Renee's taking the probe, and there's a big fitting, a nut basically, that goes over that port that the probe is going through the hatch to pressurize the crew module. So they're getting ready right now, and there's a lot of pressure behind this thing. Once you pull it off, it gets pretty loud in there for just a minute until they can get the cap on it, and that's what Mike's doing right now. Renee's putting the cap on. He's got the probe off, and it's blowing, and they probably didn't lose more than a pound or two out of the vehicle, so which is a good thing. Otherwise, we'd have to go back on. As you see, Mike's putting the cover on it right now to protect that little probe that blows the air into the crew module. So it looks like everything went good. They've given him the go to go ahead and put the probe back up and stow the probe. So obviously we got the correct amount of pressure in the crew module for the crew. And next thing they'll do is they'll put the tile over the cap where the probe went. And that's just to protect the hatch from all the heat that it'll see on the way back in once we get on orbit and come back. They're going to take the probe down now. Renee's disconnecting from the ceiling.
SPFS transfer is complete, and I'd like permission to message reset on CRT number 3.
Copy that. You gotta go. DPS OTC? DPS OTC?
DPS.
Can you give us steps 905 and 906?
I can give you 905 and 906.
Copy that, thanks. And CDR OTC?
Go ahead for CDR.
Perform the ohms GN2 pressurization.
Ohms GN2 pressurization in work.
And PLT OTC?
Go ahead for PLT.
Perform the water spray boiler GN2 supply activation.
OTC water spray boiler GN2 supply activation is in work.
Just heard confirmation that the shuttle now has correct pressurization. And Tim, what happens next?
Okay, what's going on now is Renee is safety wiring the cap. It's a big cap. It's about 1.5 inches in diameter. And he's pulling a piece of wire, basically, to encase through the dynamics of launch.
Complete. And PLT reports water spray boiler GN2 supply activation complete.
Copy that. And OOS OTC?
OOS.
Step 914?
In work.
HYD OTC?
Go ahead.
Step 918?
Yeah, copy 918, that's complete.
So Renee is finishing up safety wiring the cap right now. In the event that
In work.
in the event that the cap were to back off, that's why you safety wire it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, 914 complete.
Copy.
Okay, looks like the safety wiring is complete at this time. The NASA just gave Renee an okay. Our NASA verifies everything that we do. He is checking the safety wire to make sure it's done right, which is very important. You wouldn't want that cap to back off.
OTC, CJR, go ahead.
I had a step here for you to stand by to perform SIMO air-to-ground voice checks.
CJR copies.
Discovery Houston, for the entire crew, comm check.
CDR, loud and clear. CLT. MS1. MS2. MS3. MS4. MS5.
Discovery Houston, we read you all loud and clear. Discovery, your only update today is on flipbook page 2-5.
OTC today.
Discovery ready on flipbook 2-5.
Discovery, your throttle bucket updates. Check PC at 72% will be at 0.81 Mach. Check PC at 104% will be at 1.9er Mach. How copy?
Houston, Discovery copies at 0.81 Mach and 1.19er Mach, respectively.
Good readback, Discovery. This completes your ascent checklist updates.
Discovery copies, thank you.
OTC CGLS 212.
Go.
Yes, ma'am. I can give you step 931. GLS limit change and dual notification for BRS are complete.
Copy.
We just heard communications check between Houston and Space Shuttle Discovery and some updates to their ascent checklist. The launch director is just about to receive a weather briefing from Shuttle Weather Officer Kathy Winters. Tim, what's the closeout crew working on now?
Okay, they're putting the carrier panel, the thermal protection carrier panel on the hatch this time, covering up the port that they use to do pressurization. That'll be the last piece of flight hardware that they'll install before launch. That's the last thing we do as far as assembling and working on the vehicle. That carrier panel and 2 plugs are the last things that go on the vehicle tonight before it launches.
And launch crews are not working any issues that would delay launch tonight. It's 7:43 p.m. Eastern Time here from NASA's Kennedy Space Center. In just a few minutes, we will go into a planned 10-minute built-in hold at the T-minus 20-minute mark.
gas is doing the final inspection now. Mr. Sparks is looking at the thermal protection to make sure there's no nicks, dings, or tears. And if Dennis gives them a go, they'll install the 2 frizzy plugs, which are little thermal plugs that goes in where the hardware actually affixes the tile to the orbiter.
Attention on the net. The countdown clock will hold at T-minus 20 minutes and 2 minutes. OTC DTS, step 939.
939, copy.
OTC, CL.
Go ahead.
I can give you 859.
859, copy that. CDR OTC.
Go ahead for CDR.
Perform the cabin vent redundancy configuration for your checklist.
Cabin vent redundancy configuration in work. OTC, CDR, cabin vent, redundancy config, complete.
Copy that. ECL OTC.
Go ahead.
Can you give us step 883?
And a few minutes. I'll call that in.
Copy.
I'm going into the planned 10-minute hold in 3, 2, 1. T-minus 20 minutes and holding. I'd like to thank our guest, Tim Seymour, for coming out and talking to us today about the closeout crew and what's going on in the White Room as they shut the astronauts up into the Space Shuttle Discovery and getting ready for launch tonight.
Well, thank you so much for having me tonight. I've really enjoyed it, and it looks like we're going to have a beautiful launch. Weather's great, and Godspeed, Discovery.
Thank you, Tim.
All orbiter systems, please verify your custom software. Report only if any discrepancies. JRPS OTC.
JRPS.
Step 964, please.
Verified.
Copy. CGSS OTC.
OTC, OVCC.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. My NASA needs a CMQC back on a channel.
142, CMQC. CGSS, OTC.
This TSS on 212.
Give you step number 1026 to start the second HG pump.
Copy that.
And OTC, OVCC.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Hatch is closed and locked. Continuity checks complete. Seal leak check complete. Cabin leak check complete. Ready for white room closeout, 267.53.
Okay, copy that. We'll give you a go for white room closeout.
Copy that. It worked.
And CGSS, you copy that as well.
GSS copies. OTC ECL.
Go ahead.
I can give you 883.
Copy, 883. And step 885, please. And ECL on 212, please.
Fill in for 885 is -0.003.
Copy that. And you ready to give us step 886?
That's firm.
All right, HDD, OTC.
Space shooting.
Step 886.
Copy.
CDR, OTC.
Copy it. Copy at 86.
Go ahead for a CDR.
Okay, in this next step, the klaxon and master alarm may occur due to high cabin decay, and please reset that when it occurs. And we'll give you a go to perform the cabin vent valve per your checklist.
OTC CDR, the cabin vent procedure is in work.
FCO and TD on 212.
FCO.
Wanted to com check with you?
I have 11 clear, sir.
Copy, same here. And CHDD, CGSS, and JBFX, NTD. Station name.
JBFX.
CGSS. Okay, good verification active on 212.
This is Shuttle Launch Control.
Remainder of count.
FX copy.
HD copy.
At T-minus 20 minutes and holding. Every space shuttle mission, NASA carries out experiments called Detailed Test Objectives, or DTOs. They're aimed at testing, evaluating, or documenting shuttle systems and hardware, or proposed improvements to shuttle or space station hardware, systems, and operations. There are 6 detailed test objectives on Discovery's STS-119 mission. One will gather data on the pressure vibrations that regularly occur within the solid rocket motors in the solid rocket boosters. 3 DTOs are related to the space station. 2 of them will look at how forces, such as docking with the station, affect the structure of the orbiting laboratory. The 3rd will study the variations in carbon dioxide concentrations under specific conditions aboard the station. A 5th DTO involves putting instruments on 3 seats in the shuttle to help determine how the astronauts' computer displays can be more readable. This information may be used for NASA's next-generation spacecraft, the Orion Crew Exploration Vehicle. The 6th detailed test objective is called the Boundary Layer Transition, and it's gained a lot of media and public attention so far. Allard Butel went to one of NASA's shuttle processing hangars to get a closer look at this experiment.
31 seconds, GMT.
We're in Orbiter Processing Facility number 1 here at NASA's Kennedy Space Center, and that's the home to Space Shuttle Atlantis, where it's getting prepared for its upcoming mission to NASA's Hubble Space Telescope. I'm here with Ann Miklos. She is a project manager with United Space Alliance. That's NASA's main shuttle contractor. And you're going to walk us through an experiment we're going to be doing on Space Shuttle Discovery's mission, the boundary layer transition. What is exactly the boundary layer transition? First off, what are we talking about?
Well, boundary layer transition is an event that occurs every time an orbiter enters back in the Earth's atmosphere. Really, to better understand it, you need to understand what a boundary layer is. And a boundary layer is having a prop.
We are going to use the actual model instead of just the real shuttle.
As the orbiter comes in during entry, you have a nice, smooth, laminar flow that goes across the surface of the vehicle. But as the vehicle gets lower in the atmosphere, that smooth flow starts to kind of turn and become turbulent, causing some additional heating to the lower surface of the vehicle. So what this experiment's going to be doing is to actually be measuring that heat difference between the nice, smooth laminar flow and the turbulent flow during the orbiter's entry.
So we're going to be intentionally disrupting that airflow underneath Discovery on reentry. Why would we do that?
It is something that occurs every mission. We go from that nice, smooth flow to the turbulent flow. But what we've done differently on Discovery is we actually installed a tile that has a 1/4 inch bump on it, protuberance. So it will intentionally trip the airflow from going from smooth to smooth laminar to turbulent.
And I think you actually have
oh, we do.
One of the, it's just coincidence would have it. We happen to have the tile with that protuberance on it, that speed bump as we're calling it. Of course, every time you hold the tile or any kind of hardware, you of course have to have your gloves on. That's why I'm not touching it.
What this is the actual design of the protuberance tile as it was installed on Endeavour. You can see a 1/4 inch doesn't seem like that much of a height, but in turn this will trip the boundary layer a little bit sooner than the actual boundary layer will be tripped on the rest of the orbiter. Since this height is going to stay constant for the entire mission, we'll be able to have an exact profile of the heating that occurs from when the airflow goes over this tile.
And inside of it you've got sensors, and these sensors are like thermometers basically.
Exactly. We have a little sensor that's, you can maybe just see it right at the edge there. That will measure the temperature of the airflow as it's just coming over the protuberance.
Now we thought, okay, it'd be great to have a model. That's super, but why use a model when you can actually have a real spacecraft? And we do. And you can, if you want to walk us through where the sensors are going to be and where the protuberance one is going to be. But how about the one that's farthest away, actually closest up towards the nose of the shuttle?
The one right there, that's a measurement that's kind of we're calling is our standard measurement. That one's just going to measure the flow before it gets to the actual protuberance or the speed bump tile. The speed bump tile, or the protuberance tile, is the one that's marked in orange, which is directly overhead from you. And that's actually the location where the protuberance tile is installed on Endeavour. So from there, that 1/4 inch height will then create a wedge of heating that will go downstream of the protuberance. And the tiles that have the orange sim stock on it are the ones that have the temperature measuring devices or the thermal couples in it.
So we have a total of 10 that will be measuring it. One that's that's our control case with no disturbance ahead of it. The orange one where the actual speed bump is, and then the 8 behind it.
Right. If you think of a rock in a stream, and the water that's in front of the rock is nice and smooth, but once that water hits the rock and you look behind that rock, you kind of see a turbulent wedge of water that comes from behind that rock. And in this case, think of the protuberance tile as that rock. It's disturbing that flow, and what we're doing is measuring the heat loads that are aft of the protuberance.
Now, normally we don't want to ever do this. We typically go out of our way not to disrupt the airflow. Has this put the crew at any more danger, the astronauts, the shuttle in any more danger?
Absolutely not. Flying this particular flight experiment is just as safe as if we didn't have the protuberance tile installed on the orbiter.
And our tests on the ground show that it would maybe only raise it about 15 to 20 degrees Fahrenheit, give or take?
Give or take, but the key thing is we're actually going to have flight data from this experiment. And that flight data is only going to better help our ground data with allowing us to be more accurately predict boundary layer transition.
And we're actually getting some help from the U.S. Navy on this, right?
We are. You're right. There is going to be a Navy aircraft with infrared sensing devices that will be actually taking pictures of the orbiter as it comes back down into the atmosphere.
And their designation is an NP3D Orion. I'm sure it's just a coincidence that they're Orion, our Orion. Now NASA's thinking about we're going to do this on every flight that Discovery flies after this, right?
Exactly. Well, the plan is to always have a protuberance tile installed on each of the sequential missions on Discovery. The key is that what height the protuberance will be. Right now we're flying a 1/4 inch, and possibly next flow the goal is to possibly fly a 350,000th inch protuberance tile. So this is about 100 thousandths higher than what the current tile is installed now. So it will give us more heating parameters and more data for the scientific community.
Well, we're looking forward to the STS-119's mission and the first of this test, and a great mission overall. All right.
Okay.
Ann Miklos, thank you very much for helping us out. Explain this. From Orbiter Processing Facility number 1, I'm Allard Butel.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 17 minutes, 13 seconds, and counting. Discovery's onboard computers will transition into the terminal phase of the countdown configuration. Following that, the launch team will check the computer memory of the 5 general-purpose computers on Discovery to ensure the programs have been properly stored. From this point until the T-minus 31-second mark, any of the console operators here in the Launch Control Center may ask that the count be held if a problem is detected on the system they're monitoring. The launch team is not working any issues that would delay launch at 7:43 p.m. Eastern Time here from NASA's Kennedy Space Center. Launch Director Mike Leinbach received a weather briefing from Shuttle Weather Officer Kathy Winters, who says that weather is still good to go and looking favorable for launch tonight.
DLT, OTC, perform horizontal situation configuration per your checklist.
OTC, PLT, horizontal situation config inward.
STM and TD. NTD STM. Let me give you 896. Copy that.
OTC, OVCC.
Go.
Yes, ma'am, I can give you 26763. White room configuration, closeout, and work. And I can give you 64. Is this complete? And I can give you 27200, 16950. Side hatch, cabin, and environmental chamber closeout complete. Per 100, 267.
Okay, I'll take 949 and 950 from you.
Copy that. And OVCC to be off the net with your concurrence.
Okay. And that includes also the final closeout verification, correct?
That's affirmed.
Copy that.
NTD CVFS.
Console, pack console entity.
Safety.
Pack console entity. Pack. I'll give you step 950. The white room is secured. Close our crews departing.
Safety copied 950.
Pack copies.
NTD CVFS.
Right, CVFS.
Give you step 1045. Ready for BFS uplink.
Copy 1045.
We just heard that the white room is now closed out. Everything is situated, including the door, which was latched. As you may remember, on STS-126 in November, we had a small issue when the door was not latched completely, and did not cause any issue with the launch, but made sure doubly this time that it was.
And FCP copies. No TC NTD.
Go.
I'll give you 951.
OVCC, step 951.
OTC, PLT, horizontal sit config complete.
Copy that, and PLT will give you a go to perform your MPS helium reconfig.
OTC, MPS, helium reconfig is in work.
OTC, TL.
Go ahead.
I give you 942.
942, copy, and fill in for 943.
Going for 943.
14.76.
Copy.
STM NTD. STM. Step 953, provide video tracking of the bunker crew. Copy.
OTC, PLT, MPS helium reconfig complete.
Copy.
And MPS can give you step 1051.
Copy. CVD OTC. Go ahead. Step 954. Copy that. CDR OTC.
Go ahead, OTC for CDR.
Is the BFS Ops 1 transition complete?
Yes, ma'am. My apologies for not reporting that.
Okay, copy that. And can you report the cabin pressurization for your checklist, please?
That's in work.
And all stations on 212, discontinue all non-mandatory LDB traffic for the remainder of count.
OTC, CDR.
Go ahead.
For the cabin press on the BFS System 1, indications are 14, that's 14.80.
Copy.
On panel 01, the meter reads 15.0, that's 15.0.
Copy that. And CDR OTC.
The clock's just a few seconds away from entering the last of our planned built-in holds in 2, 1, T minus 9 minutes and holding. This is a scheduled hold that will last for about 45 minutes. Everything remains on course for launch of Space Shuttle Discovery at 7:43 p.m. Eastern Time. Once Discovery clears the tower, command and control of STS-119 switches to the Mission Control Center in Houston. At this time, we'll go there for an update from Kylie Klim.
Thanks, Candria. Good afternoon and welcome to Mission Control Houston at T-minus 9 minutes and holding. Here at the Johnson Space Center, the Ascent Flight Control Team is on console in the Space Shuttle Flight Control Room. The team has been on shift since 2:30 this afternoon and is led by Flight Director Richard Jones, overseeing his first ascent. Astronaut George Zamko will serve as the Capcom or capsule communicator, making calls to Discovery's crew during the climb to orbit. Down the hallway in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, Flight Director Royce Renfrew is overseeing operations, and Robert Hanley is serving as Capcom. The Expedition 18 crew, Commander Mike Fink, and flight engineers Sandy Magnus and Yuri Lonchikov are wrapping up their day on board and are planning to view the launch of Discovery as it's uplinked live from Mission Control. At the time of launch, the International Space Station will be 224 miles above the Southern Ocean, just near Tasmania. Discovery is delivering a new space station resident to exchange places with Magnus. Astronaut Koichi Wakata, Japan's first long-duration space station crew member, is launching to the station just 1 year following the hatch opening of Japan's first element of its Kibo laboratory, which was installed on the station during STS-123. The flight control team here in the shuttle flight control room, along with a team at the Kennedy Space Center, is monitoring systems on the Space Shuttle Discovery. The teams are not working any issues affecting launch at this time. In addition to monitoring Discovery's systems, the team also has been evaluating the weather. That effort is led by Weather Flight Director Norm Knight and Weather Capcom astronaut Charlie Hobaugh. They're looking at both the launch site in the event of an emergency return to the shuttle landing facility and at the contingency runways in Spain and France. The primary transoceanic abort landing site is Zaragoza in Spain, with Morón, also in Spain, available if necessary. The weather conditions at both sites is favorable should either one be needed for an overseas landing. Throughout ascent, Capcom George Zamka will provide Discovery's crew with the status of the space shuttle's capability to reach the contingency landing sites and eventually orbit as Discovery gains speed and altitude. The first calls between Houston and the crew will be once Discovery clears the launch tower. That should be about to the onboard guidance and navigation control system, maneuvering the shuttle to a heads-down position, putting it on a precise course and trajectory towards space. About 30 seconds into the flight, Discovery's 3 main engines will throttle down to protect the vehicle as it passes through the area of maximum atmospheric pressure. The engines will operate at about 240,000 pounds of thrust for a few seconds, and then throttle back up to provide over 396,000 pounds of thrust. At 2 minutes and 3 seconds, the solid rocket boosters will burn out and separate from the vehicle, at which point Discovery will be traveling over 3,600 miles per hour. Discovery will continue toward orbit and its target speed of 17,500 miles per hour, at which point the engines will be turned off and the external fuel tank will separate. At main engine cutoff, 8.5 minutes into the flight, Discovery will be in a 136 by 36 statute mile orbit. About 30 minutes later, the orbit will be adjusted using the orbital maneuvering system engines to 142 by 98 statute miles, setting up for the on-orbit operations. All continues to go well here in the Space Shuttle Flight Control Room, with the team ready to take over the flight of Discovery and the STS-119 mission at solid rocket booster ignition. Back to Candria at T-minus 9 minutes and holding. This is Mission Control Houston.
And we'll follow up with paper post T0.
Okay, I can remove.
We're now back here at Kennedy Space Center, and all continues to go well in getting ready for the launch tonight at 7:43 p.m. from NASA's Kennedy Space Center. Launch teams are not working any issues that would prohibit launch tonight on time. We do still have a bat attached to the external tank, but this is not a concern for the launch tonight.
I can give you step 1047.
Copy 1047. CVFS, did you copy?
CVFS copies.
NTD, this is SRO 212.
Go ahead, SRO.
I was wondering the status on step 161065.
Still have our closeout crew departing the pad. We'll get that shortly.
Copy.
OTC, go ahead.
Clear hardware, caution and warning memory. Verify no unexpected errors.
OTC, hardware, caution and warning, memory clear is in work. OTC, GLT, hardware, caution and warning cleared, no unexpected errors.
Copy that.
Houston Flight NTD.
NTD Houston Flight, go ahead.
We're ready for step 1084, flight window determination with discussion on 231.
Roger that, I'll meet you on 231.
Thank you.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 9 minutes and holding. We have just a little over 32 minutes left in this planned built-in hold. The mission for STS-119 will deliver the S6 truss segment and the fourth and final large set of solar array wings to the International Space Station. The arrays will provide 25% more power to the station and will fully power science experiments and support the station's crew expansion to 6 residents in May. We'll now go to the NASA News Center with Allard Butel with a look at the solar arrays. Allard?
Thanks, Kendra. We are sitting here with Carter Resnick, and he works for Boeing as the lead for the International Space Station external mechanisms. And he's here to tell us a little bit more about the fourth and final large set of solar arrays we're bringing up to the station. Carter, if you had to boil it down, and what you just heard Kendra say it a minute ago, just pretty much in one sentence, the S6 and its solar panels pretty much provide more power for more science.
Yes, that's right. So we're going to bring up about 30 kilowatts of power with these 2 solar arrays up there, and we're going to be increasing the power for science by 50%.
So really, essentially doubling the amount of power available for science on this on the space station.
Right. That's right.
And overall, though, now we'll have all 4 sets of solar arrays. How much power will that provide for the station?
Yeah, overall, we're going to have, with the full complement of solar arrays up there, we'll have 120 kilowatts total power available for the space station. And we're bringing a 25% of that up on this mission here.
And for people like me who have to understand what that means, that 120 kilowatts is roughly about, what, 42?
About 42 homes that are about 2,800 square feet. So it's like a neighborhood.
A pretty good sized neighborhood. Well, after the S6 is installed during the first spacewalk, that'll either be on flight day 6 or 8, depending on whether we have a focus inspection or not. That's either Friday or Sunday if we launch today, when we launch today. Depending on that focus inspection, the solar arrays will then be deployed, and after that, this actually it sounds kind of silly, but it's the way they're deployed is sort of like an old-fashioned road map.
Right. So we just happen to have this map of Florida here, and if you hold down the bottom, when these things come out of their blanket box, it is just like a sheet of paper, more or less. It's folded up accordion style, and the mast of the solar array pulls at the top of the blanket, and the solar array blanket comes up just like this right here.
And you do it in a very methodical way, right?
Yeah, we do. We've had some problems in the past with the deployment of the solar arrays, and so the way we'll be doing it this time is we go into what we call high tension mode, which means we're pulling down on the bottom with the maximum load we can, and we deploy them out halfway. And there's a hold at the halfway point, and we'll be warming up the blankets in the sun at that point. And after a 30-minute hold, we'll deploy them the rest of the way.
And that keeps them from, we've encountered in the past, a little bit of sticking.
Yeah, the blankets stick together a little bit, and so this reduces the amount of stiction that the blankets have.
Now, we have again, just coincidentally, happen to have a solar, part of a very small section of these 115-foot solar wings that they're. Walk us through it for a second.
Yeah, okay. Right, so we have 2 solar arrays going up there. Each solar array is made up of 4 blankets, and so the blankets are what has the cells on them. These are the cells right here. So one of the 4 blankets is covered with these cells, and this is called a module, what we have right here. So if you take one module, there's about 410 modules on each blanket. What that means is one of these, about 5 wide and 82 long.
And each one of these little squares here, you've got more than 32,000, right?
That's right.
And
it's over 32,000 cells.
So as you know, we in the past few weeks we've been asking people to go to our website nasa.gov and to submit questions about this launch or Discovery's STS-119 mission to the space station. And one of the questions we got, let's see, we'd like to go right now because it is related to the solar arrays. Andrew from Comstock Park asks, what's the efficiency of the solar panels in converting the sun's energy to usable power for the space station?
Okay, so these cells are about 12% efficient, creating electricity out of the sun. The sun hits the cell, and photons of light come in and knock the electrons around. As the electrons move around in the matrix, that generates electrical current, and then the current is bled off with some copper circuits down below, and it comes over into these side cables over here, and these are copper traces that you see in the cable. So other things that decrease efficiency on a solar array are damage to the array by MMOD, like micrometeoroid orbital debris, or over time the optical quality of the glass over the solar cells diminishes a little bit. And
being out of the sunlight?
Being out of the sunlight's a big hitter. You know, when we are in the eclipse of the Earth, which we do once in orbit usually, we go to 0 power out of the arrays. So.
All right. Carter Resnick, thank you for joining us and walking us through the F6 solar arrays. We're now going to go back to Candria Thomas in the Launch Control Center for the remainder of the countdown. Candria.
The shuttle launch control at T-minus 9 minutes in holding. We have just over 30 minutes left in this built-in hold. Launch teams are not working any issues that would delay launch tonight at 7:43 p.m. Eastern Time here from NASA's Kennedy Space Center.
Copy, not performed on both. Thank you. Houston flight entity.
Entity Houston flight, go ahead.
Right, are you going to need step 1113, RTLS altimeter setting and such?
That is not required.
Copy.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 9 minutes in holding. We have just about 26 minutes left in this planned built-in hold. Launch teams are not currently working any issues that would delay launch at 7:43 p.m. Eastern Time here from NASA's Kennedy Space Center. In just a few minutes, we'll sit down with Pete Nicolenko, the Assistant Launch Director, and get a first-hand look at how the countdown's been going. This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 9 minutes and holding. I'm here in the firing room with Pete Nicolenko, Assistant Launch Director. Pete, thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule over there and talking to us a little bit about what's been going on in the countdown and how things are going.
All right. Thanks, Kendria. Things have been going great. Many of you have been hearing about a couple of discussions we had. We do have a small bat that's still perched on our external tank, but we had some discussion about debris transport, and we have no issues with that bat remaining in place if he elects to stay for the ride with any potential debris. Also, we had some discussions earlier about some helium purge at a orbiter external tank disconnect, and we've resolved that, increased some purge, and we're all good to go on that. And so we've got no technical issues. Weather looks great, and crew's loaded. Everybody's ready to proceed with launch. We did just select our preferred launch time, which is at 7:43 and 44 seconds. Otherwise, all is go, and everything's looking good for launch this evening.
Excellent. So everything's on schedule, and I know that you're very, very busy, so we will let you get back and get through the launch countdown. So we're looking forward to a successful launch tonight.
We all are, and with the sunset occurring here in about 20 minutes, I think we're expecting a beautiful plume when we have the launch here in just a little more than a half an hour. So thanks, Kendria.
Thanks, Pete.
OTC is HCD.
Go ahead.
Yes, wanted to give you 1137, HCS A, B, and Holmes confidence checks complete. No anomalies noted.
Copy that.
Let's direct to entity. Launch director. Just pass along. The ground camera system is verified, ready to support launch. Copy.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 9 minutes and holding. We have just about 16 minutes left in this planned built-in hold. Launch teams are not working any issues that would delay the 7:43 p.m. launch tonight here at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. As you can see on screen, this is a shot of a launch viewing area here at Kennedy Space Center, where thousands of people come to view the launches. Some people waving.
And that's affirmed. Copy, thanks. SPE entity.
SPE, sir.
Still show one item on the list.
Sir, we're working. It's back with CMQC. It's getting back to CMQC right now. They just signed off the associated paperwork. Should be coming off any minute.
Copy that. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Entity CMQC. Go ahead.
Yes, all items have been removed from the constraints list.
Copy. The constraints list is clear. Thank you.
Several polls are normally taken during this time to verify that the team is ready to proceed with launch. Mission Management Team Chair Mike Moses has polled the members of the management team, and they are ready to proceed with the count. NASA Test Director Steve Payne and Launch Director Mike Leinbach will also conduct polls. Right now, launch teams are not working any issues that would delay the 7:43 planned launch this evening. Space Shuttle Discovery to the International Space Station here from NASA's Kennedy Space Center. We're at T-minus 9 minutes and holding. When the count resumes, the ground launch sequencer will be in control of all critical operations. The master computer program will issue all of the commands necessary to perform the final critical tasks required to put the shuttle in a final launch configuration. The ground launch sequencer monitors about 1,000 different critical orbiter functions during the final 9 minutes of the count to make certain they don't fall out of limit.
OTC PVD.
Go.
1118 is not performed, and I can give you 1121.
Copy.
CISL, JRPS, in Houston flight. Perform the L-15 recorder activation. ISL. ISL copies recorder activation and work. Copy. RFPS.
JRPS and work.
Flight. Houston flight entity. Houston flight entity.
Entity Houston flight, go ahead.
Okay, we just kicked off recorder activation.
Roger that.
MS1 OTC.
OTC, go ahead.
Activate the V10 recorder.
OTC, MS1, V10, recorder activation didn't work.
Attention on the net. This is the NTD conducting the launch status checks. All stations verify ready to resume count and go for launch. OTC?
OTC is go.
TBC? TBC go. PTC? PTC is go. LPS?
LPS is go.
Houston flight?
Houston flight is go.
Myla?
Myla is go.
STM? STM is go. Safety console?
Safety consoles go.
SPE? SPE is go. LRD? LRD is go. SRO?
SRO is go. You have range clear to launch.
And CDR?
CDR is go.
Launch director NTD?
Launch director.
Launch team is ready to proceed.
Copy that, Steve. Thank you. I'll do my poll at this time. KC Chief Processing Engineer, verify no constraints to launch.
No constraints.
Thank you, Steve. KC Safety Mission Assurance.
KC Safety Mission Assurance is go, Mike.
Very good, Mark. Payload Launch Manager.
Mike, we'll go to launch S6. Thank you.
Copy, Bill. Range weather.
Winds are 150, 14 peak 19. Weather has no constraints for launch.
Copy, Kathy. Thank you. And Ops Manager.
Launch Director, Ops Manager 212. The MMT isn't tracking any issues. We look real good. You're go to launch.
Okay, thank you, sir. Discovery Launch Director.
Launch Director, go ahead for Discovery.
Okay, Brew, well, you had a little bit of a wait, but that'll just make the payoff that much sweeter. So on behalf of the KC launch and processing teams, good luck and Godspeed.
Thanks, Mike, and congratulations to you and the entire team for getting Discovery ready for a 36th mission. And, it's truly an honor to be part of this team, representing all of NASA, our nation, and the international partners. Thanks for the work, Mike. We'll see you in a couple of weeks. Take care, and let's go ahead and fire up the Zone of Freedom.
Copy that, Brew. Thank you very much. NTD, with that, you are clear to launch Discovery.
Copy, clear to launch. Thank you.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 9 minutes and holding. As you heard, NASA Test Director Steve Payne and Launch Director Mike Leinbach completed their polls and confirmed with Discovery Shuttle Commander Lee Archambault that everyone is ready and just awaiting the countdown to begin again before we launch Discovery to the International Space Station tonight. Scheduled for 7:43 p.m. Eastern here at NASA's Kennedy Space Center.
Attention on the net. The countdown clock will resume in 2 minutes.
NASA Test Director Steve Payne has verified we're ready to come out of this hold in about 2 minutes and proceed with the countdown to launch Discovery.
NTD ISL, record activation complete.
Copy complete. The countdown clock will start in 1 minute.
We're just a few seconds away from resuming the countdown for the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery today. Countdown clock will start in 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're at T-minus 9 minutes and counting.
VLS auto sequence has been initiated.
And the ground link launch sequencer has been initiated.
PLT, OTC, connect essential buses to fuel cells per your checklist.
OTC, PLT, that's in work.
The orbiter test conductors just requested that Houston send stored program command that will make the orbiter compatible with the downrange tracking stations.
OTC, PLT, essential buses connected to fuel cells.
Copy.
GLS is go for orbiter access arm retract.
Discovery, OTC, best wishes as you bring ISS to full power. Enjoy the ride tonight.
The orbiter access arm is now being retracted away from the vehicle. And this is the walkway used by the crew to gain entry into and out of Discovery. It can be returned to position within seconds if necessary. T-minus 6 minutes, 30 seconds and counting.
Start APU display recorders.
Recorders running.
PLT, OTC, perform APU pre-start.
OTC, APU pre-starts in work.
The orbiter test conductor has given pilot Tony Antonelli the go-ahead to perform the auxiliary power unit pre-start procedure.
OTC, PLT, APU pre-start complete.
Copy.
Tony Antonelli reports that the pre-start of the auxiliary power units is complete. APU activation will come in just a few seconds.
TLS is go for orbiter APU start.
PLT, OTC, perform APU start.
APU starts inward.
CDR, OTC, reconfigure heaters.
We have a go for APU start.
OTC, PLT, APU start, and heater reconfig complete.
Copy.
TLS is go for purge sequence 4.
The launch team has terminated liquid oxygen replenish to the external tank and is now initializing LOX drain back. T-minus 3 minutes, 14 seconds and counting.
TLS is go for ET LO2 pressurization.
Final pressurization of the external tank's liquid oxygen tank is underway.
PLT, clear caution and warning memory. Verify no unexpected errors.
That's inward. OTC, caution warning clear, no unexpected errors.
Copy. And Discovery, close and lock your visors and initiate O2 flow.
That's inward.
The gaseous oxygen vent hood is slowly being retracted away from the top of the external tank.
TLS is go for ET LH2 pressurization.
Liquid hydrogen replenish on the external tank is now being terminated. T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds. T-minus 1 minute and counting.
TLS is go for auto sequence start.
25.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions.
15.
12. 10.
TLS is go for main engine start.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. and booster ignition and liftoff of Space Shuttle Discovery, taking the space station to full power for full science.
This is Mission Control Houston.
Discovery roll program.
Roger, roll, Discovery.
Discovery's roll maneuver is complete. It is now in a heads-down position on track for its flight to the International Space Station. Discovery flying 365 miles per hour, 1.5 miles in altitude, 7 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center. Discovery's engines are throttling down as the orbiter passes through the area of maximum pressure on the vehicle.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
3 main engines on board are throttling back up. Now 1 minute, 12 seconds into the flight, Discovery flying at 1,800 miles per hour, 10 miles in altitude, and 11.5 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center. At liftoff, the fully fueled shuttle, boosters, and external tank weighed 4.5 million pounds. The total thrust at launch was 6,425,000 pounds. All systems continue to function well. 3 good main engines, 3 good power generating fuel cells, and 3 good auxiliary power units for the hydraulic system. We will now stand by for burnout and separation of the solid rocket boosters. Combined, the twin boosters provide 5.3 million pounds of thrust to propel the orbiter toward space. Discovery now flying 3,600 miles per hour, 32 miles in altitude, 43 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center.
Discovery, 2-engine TAL.
2-engine TAL.
Discovery can reach a transoceanic abort landing in the event of a single engine failure. However, all 3 main engines are still operating well. Discovery now flying at 4,300 miles per hour, 48 miles in altitude, and 83 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center. Now 3 minutes and 37 seconds into the flight, Discovery continuing on its path to orbit, flying at 5,000 miles per hour, 56 miles in altitude, and 127 miles downrange.
Discovery, negative return.
Discovery copies, negative return.
Discovery is now flying too high and too fast to return to the Kennedy Space Center and the Space Shuttle landing facility in the event of an engine failure. Now 4 minutes, 15 seconds into the flight, Discovery flying at 6,000 miles per hour, 62 miles in altitude, and 177 miles downrange. Four minutes, 50 seconds into the flight, Discovery continuing on path, flying at 7,000 miles per hour, 65 miles in altitude, and 235 miles downrange.
Discovery, press to ATO.
Discovery, press to ATO.
5 minutes, 26 seconds into the flight, Discovery can reach a lower than planned but a safe orbit on 2 engines should one fail. However, all 3 engines are still performing well.
Discovery, single engine ops 3.
Single engine ops 3.
Discovery could conduct a transatlantic abort landing on 1 engine should 2 fail at this point. Discovery flying at 9,000 miles per hour. Discovery's engines have been commanded to swivel to put the orbiter in the proper heads-up position.
Engine Zaragoza 104.
Single engine Zaragoza 104.
Discovery can reach Zaragoza on 1 engine should 2 fail at this point.
Discovery, press to MECO.
Press to MECO.
Discovery can reach the planned orbit on 2 engines. All 3 engines continue to operate well. Six minutes, 40 seconds into the flight, Discovery flying at 11,000 miles per hour, 66
Discovery,
miles in altitude.
Your shutdown plan is nominal. Go for the plus X, no go the pitch.
Discovery, nominal shutdown, go for the plus X, no go for the pitch.
Discovery, single engine press 104, good readback.
Single engine press 104.
Discovery can reach its planned orbit on 1 engine should 2 fail. However, all 3 still performing well at 104%. Seven minutes, 35 seconds into the flight, the engines are now throttling down to maintain structural limits on the orbiter as it approaches loads near 3 times gravity. Discovery flying at 14,800 miles per hour, 64 miles in altitude, and 700 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center. Main engine cutoff is confirmed.
Discovery, Houston, nominal MECO, ohms 1 not required.
Copy that, ohms 1 not required.
And external tank separation is confirmed now. 8 minutes, 57 seconds into the flight, Discovery in orbit, flying at 17,500 miles per hour. On board Discovery, Commander Lee Archambault in the commander's seat, the left front seat. To his right, pilot Tony Antonelli. Seated between them and behind them is flight engineer Steve Swanson. To his right, mission specialist Joe Acaba. Down on the middeck are mission specialist Ricky Arnold next to the hatch. On the opposite side is mission specialist John Phillips, and between them is space station flight engineer Koichi Wakata on his way to the International Space Station.
stage 3-2.